What's up, man? Yeah, welcome back to the grind. It's time for another stream. I was meant to do this about an hour ago, but my movie hadn't finished yet. I don't think anyone would notice anyway. So I just kept right on watching my movie. How you doing? Fantasy football questions? Let me know. I guess I'm going to do some research. I have been thinking about playing with the idea of doing a, like how to start up draft and dynasty, or at least differences in values when you're thinking about a startup to trades to whether you've been in the league for a while or rookie drafts. I don't know. I got a loose video idea in my head, so maybe that'll come up. Other than that, I mean, what I was working on most recently was not creating a weekly projections engine because I can't right now. I don't feel like it. So Jacob Rickroad posted his, who are the top 12 scorers overall for 2020, and so I just went ahead and recreated that in the NFL database so I could look at it a few different ways. I thought it was a fun look. Unfortunately, you can only do so much with conditional formatting, it turns out. I'm trying to represent like 9 different things here, and it's not working out. But yeah, I also pulled out some averages. I was posting about it in the Discord, which I've also been largely absent from the last few weeks. Apologize for that. Just occasionally stopping by. I guess I could check up on the Discord while we're live. But yeah, mostly Monday grinds are casual streams while I look stuff up or try and answer questions or joke around with anyone who wants to. So if you're around, go ahead. Actually, you know what? Let's get that out of the way. We've been trying to do a like live fast draft on these things forever, and they never fill while I'm on camera. So I'm gonna post that early. Let's see. We've got 2 unfilled, it turns out. All right. I'm gonna post a link to a live draft in the comment section or whatever platform you're watching this on. If you want to sign up for a was it a $5 fast draft? Yeah, $5 fast draft, then click the link, join it, and if we fill, we'll do that live as well. So far, we're having trouble filling fast drafts. No one's got the time. You know what I mean? All right. Let's see. I've yet to be in the mood to try and build a new weekly streaming model. I'm really considering just projecting PPR points, creating a model, a week-to-week PPR points based on, 2 or 3 other sources and Vegas and maybe last week's something stats, instead of creating a whole new projection model based off the stream model, because it's involved. It's like a part-time job every week, and I don't know. Anyone has any thoughts on that, let me know. And that, what did I find out with Jacob Rickroad's top 12? And green, by the way, is running back in this thing. Yellow is wide receiver. Blue is tight end. And so essentially you're seeing the top 12 scorers since 2000. Let me shrink it down to since 2009 just to make it somewhat observable. And yeah, obviously it heavily features running backs. Lately it's been featuring wide receivers increasingly. So we had, 3 running backs in the top 12 last year. And 2 tight ends, which is decidedly, rare. So we expect some more running backs in general. Between the top 12 overall, a healthy Saquon, a healthy CMC, God willing. Also, I was looking at the average PPR points just to get an idea of how that's changed over time. And the marks have, increasingly decreased no matter what position rank you're looking at. I was looking at opportunity rating just to get an idea of how involved players are typically. But this is all stuff we know. It's just an interesting way of looking at it, trying to target the top 12 overall, a kind of position unspecific. One of the things I liked, and I was posting on Jacob's thread, was that if you're looking, I only have, redraft ADP since 2009. One thing that sticks up, what we've been talking about a lot ad nauseum for years, is that while running backs feature quite heavily in the top 12, they're the league winners. It's surprising or not surprising exactly how many of them are first-round picks. Pretty much all of them. Occasionally, like top 12 running backs are pretty much drafted between round 1 and 2. Top 12 wide receivers, like overall scoring wide receivers, are drafted between rounds 2 and 6, which is where you get the disparity between heavy RB and zero RB. But the thing is, if most running backs finishing the top 12 are drafted in the first round, you really get a shot at one of them. And if you miss that one, then you're kind of screwed, where you've got a larger plethora of wide receivers rounds 2 to 6. It could end up there. They're more consistent. We rank them better on a year-to-year basis, especially when you're looking at the top 5. And obviously that's the case. Look through a different lens when you're looking at zero running backs. Also, you can get, we have undrafted players hitting the top 12. More often than not, if that happens, it's a running back. Either can work. It's about who falls to you in your draft, which again got me thinking about the difference between startup drafts and valuing players in other dynasty situations. Let's see. Looking at the averages, again, averages are only good for so much, but is that 6 wide receivers, 4 running backs on average? In the top 12 since 2010, according to this. I think I might have got that number slightly wrong. 13 wide receivers, 8 running backs in the top 24. Running backs in the top 12 average 327 fantasy points. Wide receivers average 306. Again, the edge goes to running back there. I was also looking at the draft round average, but that really wasn't telling the story, which is why I sketched it out on a literal round by round basis over here. But again, the formatting was so blinding with all this yellow and greens rolling around these tiny little numbers. I didn't think I felt a description of what that actually showed was better. But yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting stuff. I had to create a flex rank in the main NFL database in order to do that, which was all right. I created a helper column, which identified if a player was a tight end essentially, and then used a count if formula to rank everyone based on PPR points if they are identified as a non-quarterback. Gave everyone else a 0 or an NA grade. Unfortunately, working in the live NFL database means every time I try and filter anything, it pauses for about that long. And also I can't organize it because this top row I keep live formulas, so I can't sort by anything because I don't want to lose where they're at. And that's why I mostly rely on these tabs over here for that kind of stuff. Also, I've got to rewrite these formulas here because I want to be able to, and I do in my static one, I convert between year to career year to seasonal year. And it takes writing a formula or writing another version of the formula that apparently I keep forgetting to actually add into the live database. So I guess I could do that while I'm here. Let's see. We want it to go to 20, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2016 it is. There we go. Sorry. Hey, Joe. I really didn't expect anyone to be up and willing to talk to me on the stream this late, so I wasn't even really checking. But appreciate you. I'm in a dynasty draft. You're in a startup draft right now. Oh, that's excellent. Well, good timing, because I recently just said I have thoughts on that. Where's the rest of this comment? How much, if at all, do you try to capitalize on short-term value shifts for immediate trades? Alas, drafting CD pre-training cramp hypes and selling him then. Fair question. I think trading CD, if he's already on your roster, if that's what you're asking, is a good move. I also think drafting him in the second round right now is also a good move. It's not published on DLF right now, but I went against Cooper Adams from DLF, or at least I had a contra position from his articles pointing out that CD Lamb is drastically overvalued given a reasonable range of outcomes for even Dynasty in 2020. I do think his ADP is going to drop next year, save a Amari Cooper injury, for example. However, my article's point was basically, or again, this isn't published yet, but it's basically who cares? I mean, you can say that CeeDee Lamb, or you can say that DJ Moore. There's a good example. DJ Moore has dropped a round or two since this time last year because he didn't hit the top 12. He's a little disappointing that way, but he still finished inside the top 15 wide receivers. And so we missed that bet a little bit. Do you think it's easier to trade for DJ Moore right now than it was this time last year? Maybe a little bit, but I think you're still paying around about the same amount. And there is an outside chance that DJ Moore last year or CeeDee Lamb this year could beat expectation. If the expectation is reasonable enough, in which case he's definitely not going to trap in ease of trade. So CeeDee Lamb makes an interesting case. He's both overvalued, but in a dynasty startup, there is reasons to draft him at that cost. And that goes to me thinking about the difference between value in a dynasty league versus value in a startup. I make mistakes regularly in a startup, and that's also got me thinking about it. But maybe I'll get into that in a second. Was that answering your question directly here? How much do I capitalize on short-term value shifts? I try every time. Every time you should always try to capitalize on an immediate value shift. But it's all within a range. Like I did that with Tyreek Hill. His value shifted up after his first season, not quite as far as you might remember or want to remember. But I traded immediately. But the best I could get was like a first and Philip Dorsett. Like, I think that's the trade, and that was a bad trade, it turned out, in the long run. I'm still happy not to have him on my roster, and I got him for nothing. But if I'd kept him just half a season more, there was a lot more I could have got out of that player. So it's all kind of within a range. Now, so let me put it to the other way. It's about what you can get right now. It's fine to send offers with CeeDee Lamb to other players in your league. Like, if anyone's willing to pay, I don't know, let's go take a quick look at someone. Let's not name fictional trades. If you can trade Terry McLaurin, for example, and a first, and maybe even plus, then yes, I trade CeeDee Lamb right now. If not, then I'm probably not. Because, again, his value is probably going to be pretty stable. The ease with which you can trade with him next season is probably going to be pretty stable. I can't see a 2020 scenario that's projectable that has CeeDee Lamb easy to trade for next year. Again, unless... Now, the counter position of that is Juju Smith-Schuster. He was basically where Lamb is right now 2 years ago. And he was coming off a top 12 season, so not even as low as CeeDee Lamb. And I didn't think he was overvalued at the time. And now you can get him outside the top 30 wide receivers. And he still hasn't been bad in the NFL. He's been putting up top 24 years. So that's the reason to explore the CeeDee Lamb sell window. But again, I'm not going to sell him out of fear that he's going to Juju Smith-Schuster. I'm going to sell him assuming he's at least DJ Moore. Does that make sense? If I can get a value where even if I'm happy if CeeDee Lamb hits the top 12 this year, I would trade him right now. And I think you can in some leagues. And so that's always the conversation. It's you're not looking to sell low. You're looking to sell at a price that you would still be happy even if it happens. That's how I would... work these short-term value shifts. And you're right. I think it's a smaller edge that people should capitalize on more. We should be less attached to players, even after the startup draft. Mostly what I think you'll find, though, is after a startup draft, almost no one wants to trade their players. Otherwise they would have drafted those players. And that's the way John Bosch says it. And I think it's a good way to look at it. Like, you can try and sell CeeDee Lamb, but if anyone liked him as much as you, they probably would have drafted him ahead of you. But it's worth a try. Just don't sell for anything you wouldn't be happy with if it didn't happen. Now, that's because I like CeeDee Lamb. If the reason I sold Tyreek Hill low is because I thought his range of outcomes, that upper range of outcomes, was much less likely than CeeDee Lamb. I was wrong, but I still got enough that after that next season, like, I still used that first. I still gained value, and so didn't work out too terribly. The reason I took Philip Dorsett is because literally no one else would add anyone under the age of 25 at the time. I wasn't big Philip Dorsett. I thought I could at least flip him for like a second-round pick somewhere along the line. I think that league imploded, though, so I never got to really see how that was going to play out. What day is it? It is Tuesday. And I think if you look, I'm covered. I'm good. Thanks, Bob. Joel, again, just finished my startup, did a productive struggle-ish draft. I hope you're talking Ryan McDowell version, because he's on point. But still, approach with Allen at 102. You mean Josh Allen at 102? And I'm assuming it's a Superflex. CD Lamb, I'm assuming at 311. That's a really good price for CD Lamb, to be honest. I wouldn't even think you got him too high there. Jamar Chase, I'm guessing, at 401. Really productive struggle. I like it. Both of these players, like, I can shout till I'm blue in the face that both of them are overvalued, but I kind of get it. I don't think either are easier to trade for next year. And so in a startup draft, there is an argument for it. Yeah. Terry, you get Terry McLaurin in the 4th round. You're doing pretty good. Then Lance at 4. Yeah. So it's definitely a super flex. So my team could probably benefit from holding. Yeah, I would hold CD Lamb in that situation as well. All right, a quick snippet from my thoughts on startup drafts, or what I think could be a good video that might help someone else develop their own better draft strategy, because I suck all the time. But one way I've learned to think about startup drafts is by pretty much every pick is a decision on who has the most upside. That's just standard draft theory, right? You're always reaching for upside. In the first few picks, you might be a little more shy of going for pure upside when you can get more reasonable production. Again, we're just looking at the history of the top 12, and most of them are drafted rounds 1 to 3. We do badly, but we don't do so badly you should fade players on average drafted in rounds 1 to 3. We do pretty good. And so, yeah, we're a little safer. And the further down the draft you get, the crazier or the more willing you are to go shoot for pure upside and go against ADP. And that's just kind of standard stuff. But in Dynasty, the difference is that you have this other source of upside. Typically in redraft, you're just thinking about, I think, production. Who has the upside? Who could finish top 5? Who could finish top 12? And I have a way that I intermingle the positions based on those range of outcomes and how valuable I think they are. For example, and something the structure of draft theory in best ball has really become for me. There are 3 running backs I think have top 5 upside going in the first round right now. Like, I believe more than most in their upside. And those are the 3 out of the 7 potential top 5 running backs that we're drafting right now that I really want exposure to. And so if one of those is available, I draft them. If not, I go wide receiver. And there I'm looking for top 8 players instead of top 5. And so there's this revolving way of looking for upside at different kind of value ranges. Now in Dynasty, in a startup draft, you can go for upside in value or you can go for upside in production. And so you have this second category you can look for upside in. And I think it's very fair to say that CD Lamb and Jamar Chase have the ultimate upside in value, right? Like if Jamar Chase has a CD Lamb, like not even Justin Jefferson, just a CD Lamb season this year next to T. Higgins with Joe Burrow, like he's going to be a 2nd round startup pick next year. And so like that's all the upside that could possibly exist for a wide receiver. Now, because he's a rookie, he also has a lot of downside. So you're a lot less sure of his upside in value than CD Lamb's. On the opposite side of the coin, you've got Michael Thomas and Devontae Adams. Completely convinced they're finishing in the top 12 this year, by the way. Well, Michael Thomas is going to miss half the year, so he's a bad example now. Let me grab a different one here. Let's see, an old guy. Calvin Ridley and Devontae Adams. Completely convinced they're finishing in the top 8, a wide receiver, top 12, however you want to say it. So, but both are over the age of 25. Both are going to start losing value pretty much next year for Devontae Adams. With Calvin Ridley, he's still probably got a couple years, but if he somewhat misses the expectations, which right now for those drafting him is probably the wide receiver 1, then his value may start to slip slightly, although I don't think it's going to be easy to trade for him. So in the first few rounds, you can either draft CD Lamb, which you've done, productive struggle style, all for it, or you can go for Calvin Ridley, or you can go from Devontae Adams. Now, each pick in a dynasty league is basically a decision between who has a maximum upside in either value or production, and how certain do I feel that they hit that upside, and then creating some sort of balance between the two. Now, the trick here is to always avoid the middle. Too often, especially as we get less sure towards the middle rounds, we want to shoot the moon and try and get upside production and upside value. And I think that's how you end up with a playoff team, but not a contender. You end up with a good team, but one you're basically rebuilding despite the fact it's pretty well built. I've ended up with a lot of those teams, which is why I kind of created this rule for myself. Now, good examples of that this year, I think, for players that I'm not particularly on. But if you look at Laviska Shenault, DJ Chark, and Michael Pittman, they're drafted as wide receiver 33, 36, and 44, but they're also drafted between rounds 6 and 8. Now, that is where a lot of upside value comes from, and that value side of the conversation for Dynasty as opposed to production. For example, DJ Chark is drafted ahead of Adam Thielen, Elijah Moore, Deebo Samuel, and Tyler Boyd. There are at least 2 players on that list I think are locks to be more likely to produce that level of fantasy points, and that's DJ Moore. That's Adam Thielen and Tyler Boyd. Like, both are definitely much more certain to produce the kind of points we're hoping for in that round than DJ Chark. Like, it's just obvious to me. If you have a different evaluation of DJ Chark, obviously you would swing the opposite way, but this is the type of player you're looking for. One that you think he's probably drafted around players you think are more certain to produce that level of production. And what's DJ Chark's upside in value? He's drafted right now, like I said, as a wide receiver 36, and that is in, I got a eye scan this, hang on. It's literally round 7. So he was drafted around this range last year, missed, and then the hype has propelled him into the similar ADP this year. If he has a top 24 season again this year, remember that's his good mark on his history. He was wide receiver 18 2 years ago, with the least impressive top 24 season I've ever seen, frankly. But still, he was a top 24 wide receiver a couple years ago. If he does that again this year with Trevor Lawrence, he goes into next year as a guy with 2 top 24 seasons, several years removed. He's getting well past 25 years old with a new quarterback. The Dream's probably going to do something in the draft at the wide receiver position, because even if DJ Moore produces 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns, like we're really hoping for at this draft range, he's not bought himself safety at that position. They've got a new quarterback. They've added a new running back. They easily could add other receiving options next year. And that's if DJ Chark produces 1,008 this year, which is really the expectation in this range. He's still not safe. He's probably still losing value just based on his age in Dynasty. Like, there is no, well, that probably seems unfair. Like, if you're on the DJ Chark and Laviska Shenault and Michael Pittman train, come on, you love these players. I don't, so it seems unfair. Well, let me put it to you this way. Do you think that either of those players has the outcome of DK Metcalf, Devontae Adams, Stephon Diggs, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Thomas, Terry McLaurin, anyone? Hands up. Anyone think they're good as DK Metcalf or AJ Brown? Like, do you think that's how much we'll be willing to pay for them next year? Because that's the next tier up. There's no in-between tier where we'll be like, well, we'll pay half a There's those guys, and then there are these middle round guys we're expecting top 24 seasons from. There's what you're willing to pay for DJ Chark, Laviska Shenault, Adam Thielen, and then there's what you're willing to pay for CeeDee Lamb. It's fun to put it on a scale and show how he could raise. That's true, but in reality, you either pay what you're paying for CeeDee Lamb right now, or DK Metcalf, or Tyreek Hill, or you pay what you expect to get a top 24 season like Tyler Boyd and Adam Thielen and Laviska Shenault and Michael Pittman and DJ Chark. Now, if you personally think, yeah, he's going to be in the DK Metcalf tier this year, next year, then sure, he has value upside, but I'm pretty sure you maybe need to take up another hobby. I don't know. I love the passion, but I don't think it's a reasonable expectation that DJ Chark, Michael Pittman, or Laviska Shenault will ever jump up into that next tier. And yes, it's not like everyone in the upper tier is DK Metcalf, but everyone in the upper tier, that next section, the 3 rounds above where DJ Chark, Michael Pittman, and Laviska Shenault are drafted right now, all of them, it's just a significant value divide. And I think thinking about it in those terms, helps me break down the draft. And so when looking at these rounds, for example, last year in these rounds, this is where we drafted Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, DJ Moore. Actually, I can switch this over to 2020, so I don't even have to remember. Big screen. No, you still can't see that stuff. Okay, so this is Dynasty ADP this time last year. This is something that actually I cottoned onto through Michael Zangoni's work, by the way. He was showing that wide receivers who are young typically have a higher value finish the following year, no matter what we say about how good older players are, because they're much more production bets, right? Can you see that even a little bit? A little bit. Okay. In my full screen, I can kind of see it. So let me read you some of the wide receivers drafted in this same range this time last year. Brandon Ayuk, Deontay Johnson, Christian Kirk, miss. N'Keal Harry, miss. Marcus Brown, kind of a miss, even though we got the production. Michael Gallup has fallen out of this range. Jarvis Landry is produced in this range, but still fell out of it. Devontae Parker, somewhat of a disappointment. But you've also got, like I said, T. Higgins, Deontay Johnson, Brandon Ayuk, Brandon Cooks, who at least produced in this range, and so on and so forth. And this is consistent no matter what year you want to look at. These rounds are actually where we get some of our highest upswing wide receivers. So 2 years ago, who was being drafted in this range? Oh, it was Allen Robinson, definitely not as a rookie. Calvin Cortland Sutton, Robbie Anderson, DK Metcalf was drafted in this range 2 years ago. So was AJ Brown. And again, you'll see a lot of these names who have this drastic value upswing are actually those young guys. That's Michael Zingoni's work. Check him out, FF Zinger. FF_Zinger, as I'm pretty sure his Twitter handle. And so that's what he's kind of showing. If you bet on younger guys in this range, yeah, sometimes you get the N'Keal Harrys, but there's a lot of Justin Jeffersons, there's a lot of DK Metcalfs in this range. So again, when you compare that to this year, do you think the production upside of, well, you can pick your own players, but for me, it's DJ Chark and Laviska Shenault and Michael Pittman. The value, they're less likely to hit the production thresholds of the older players being drafted in this range. So if I'm drafting for production upside, I've got Adam Thielen, I've got Tyler Boyd, I've got Jarvis Landry later, I've got Keenan Allen in this range. Like, get out of here. Like, all of them are more likely to hit this floor. And if I'm looking for value upside, well, then I've got Jerry Jeudy, I've got, well, Brandon Ayuk is still being drafted in this range, apparently. Did this switch over? Yeah, it did. I've also got the rookies. Now, again, Jalen Waddle is being slightly overdrafted, and so he's not being drafted in this range right now, currently this year. But you can get Elijah Moore. You can get Deebo Samuels, who's still young. You can get a whole bunch of these younger guys. Rondale Moore is drafted in this range, and so is Rashad Bateman. All of those make a better upside potential. And as first-year rookies going to good teams with good draft capital, even without any doing rookie evaluation, I think it's fair to say that all of them have a reasonable expectation of having more value next year than this year. So on either side of the dynasty startup pick, and let me try and get both my hands on the screen here, whether you're going for value or whether you're going for production, I think there's better production bets, just hands down. Don't care. There are better production bets, even if you love those players. Pick other players if you hate me for naming them. And then you've got the value upswing, and I don't think any of them have the potential value upswing as many of the younger players drafted in this range. And I think it's just as likely that they reach those upper echelons, that three-tier jump just above them. Like, I could easily see Rashad Bateman, Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore, even Jalen Waddle, who's slightly out of this range, to be fair, or Jerry Jeudy from last year, being treated more like CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase are this year than DJ Chark, Michael Pittman, and who's the other guy, Laviska Shenault. And so it's an okay production bet, but by trying to shoot the middle, by getting these 25-year-olds or these second-year players who could hit a top 24 season, I think we end up being disappointed in both. Now, to be fair, again, if you go for value, you could end up with N'Keal Harry, and that sucks. And if you go for production, you could end up with who got injured last year at the wide receiver position. Shit, a whole bunch. Let's see, wide receivers you could have drafted in this range. Well, I mentioned a few, right? Marcus Brown, Devontae Parker. I could easily have been saying they're much more likely to hit top 24 seasons than Michael Pittman this year. Now, Michael Pittman's maintained value because of his age, but he definitely didn't hit that production, whereas Marcus Brown and Devontae Parker didn't hit that production and have now fallen in value somewhat. But I'll point out that both of them outscored Michael Pittman this year. So as a production bet, which was what we were actually discussing, yes, they were both better bets. And if we're making a value bet, then I would have been drafting Devontae Parker and Marcus Brown. I would have been drafting, hopefully, one of the young players in this range, which is Deontay Johnson, Brandon Ayuk, Denzel Mims. I probably would have fallen for that, to be fair, and so on and so forth. So it's not that I always get the players right, because you should expect to get the players wrong pretty often. But if you want to build a good dynasty squad to start with, a good dynasty startup, should be making decisions about who has the best upside at one of these two directions, and how likely do you think it is that they hit that upside on either of these two. But don't try and shoot the middle. I think that's where I personally shoot myself in the foot a lot, by trying to get both at the same time. Doesn't really exist. Or at least I make more mistakes doing it that way. So I don't know if that helps at all, but that's kind of what I've been thinking about startups. Does it make sense there, Joe? Yeah, that's the thing. You just got Juju in the 8th last year. And again, I do have to remember this stuff because it's a miss. Last year, we were drafting Juju Smith-Schuster. Where was it? Yeah, second round. We were drafting him basically exactly where we were drafting CeeDee Lamb. And I think it's important to keep that in your head. And that's why you'll be willing to sell CeeDee Lamb right now, because he could Juju Smith-Schuster, right? But you should also not sell him too low because, again, another comparison to that is DJ Moore last year. We were drafting him in the 3rd round, if memory serves. No, we were drafting him in the 2nd round as well. And DJ Moore this year is actually still being drafted fairly high in the 4th round, I think. Yeah, he's dropped 2 rounds, but I don't think he's any easier to trade for. And I think that's a much more likely floor for CeeDee Lamb than Juju. Juju's just kind of a weird case because everyone likes big guys, so they're like Claypool, and Deontay Johnson kind of took his lunch in terms of his role last year. But I think he was better in his new role than you would expect. Again, it's a slightly unique depth chart, and I don't think CeeDee Lamb has that problem. I think he is that problem for other players on the depth chart. So yeah, I don't think Juju is a comparison there so much as DJ Moore. And that's a floor projection. There is the chance Amari Cooper takes up scuba diving and starts a fresh new business down in Fiji and gives up football, in which case CeeDee Lamb has a much more likely top 12 upside. And in that case, you definitely want to have bought him this year. There is that outside chance. Because if he hits the top 12 this year, baby, then he's definitely not cheaper. I don't know we could rack his price up high enough to justify that range of production with this current expectation of production. Like, we'd go nuts over it. Hey, Joe. Love it. Might be confirmation bias because I follow the exact strategy. Yeah. And again, it's not, I don't want to tell you exactly who to draft. I'd rather you make your own assessments because I get the players wrong all the time, man. So does everyone. If someone's telling you they know more than you, by the way, it's probably pinned to my timeline for free, or they're lying to you. Like, it's not, you can know just as much as anyone else, and you can get us just as much wrong as anyone else, to be clear here. But I think the value or the way we get better here is by crystallizing the process. Like what I was talking about on Jacob's post this year. Like, it's true, and I want to keep it in mind. That's the thing. You just kind of have to keep in mind that just because something is exaggerated doesn't necessarily mean you can go all in on it. Like on this table, I can easily show, and I think it does, that the upside is drafting consistently wide receivers higher than you should, like going wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, and then shooting for these upside running backs later because they can come from there. They really don't at wide receiver. You don't get round 10 and above wide receivers ending in the top 12. Except for those few times that rookies did. Justin Jefferson did. Odell Beckham did. That's it. Now, but you do get the James Robinsons, the Arian Fosters, the David Johnsons, for example, more often than either Odell Beckham or Justin Jefferson. I can say that, but you have to look at the landscape of 2021. Do you think that is true in 2021? Like, I definitely don't think there are rookie wide receivers coming to storm the top 12 this year. It's not happening. And so does it mean anything when I'm drafting in a startup this year that I should go wide receiver more broadly? No. But if you're getting those wide receivers, I think the value of productive struggle is your roster survives next year, no matter what the NFL season brings. Like, none of those players I expect, especially all of those players, to just wallow out in value, right? Like, all of them are good players. They're young. They've been productive. Even if they didn't play this year because they got hurt or, again, took up scuba diving or whatever else, they still have value. That's a benefit, one of the benefits of a productive struggle type mentality. At the same time, this year, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, Jonathan Taylor all have rumors that don't tell you anything about the player or the player's role that have their value dropping significantly right now, according to Twitter at least. So does that fact mean that I shouldn't draft Saquon Barkley or Christian McCaffrey or Jonathan Taylor? No, those are the three running backs I would draft out of our top round if they're available to me. And if outside noise is pushing them down to me, then I'm doing it. It also, in the same way, like wide receivers that finish inside the top 12, on average, are age 27 or older. They're just older players. It's relatively rare. Every year you get one young guy breaking out into the top 12. Pretty much every year. It's going to happen. But trying to hit that one as opposed to trying to hit those 11 others is a low odds strategy, right? But that doesn't mean you shouldn't be trying to get Odell Beckham and Justin Jefferson in their respective years. But when you compare that to the actual season this year, like in a dynasty startup, I can almost never pull the trigger, although I have done, and I'm regretting it, on Michael Thomas and Devontae Adams this year. Like, they're both better production hits than the guys you just mentioned, Joe. Like, all of them should finish higher than CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, Terry McLaurin. It's not even a question. Like, those guys are better players and more established. They will outproduce them. But you are making value bet upside bets, not production upside bets. And where a startup, you kind of have to make a decision which way you want to go and create a balanced roster, some of its value, some of its production, right? You want production more often than not, or I do, but you might lean more value, as you haven't done in this case, and that's fine. But you kind of try and balance both as best you can, one at a time. You're looking at one side of the coin or the other, never trying to play both sides of the coin at any one particular draft pick. So looking at startup ADP, like, I probably would never, like, 1 time out of 10, I would take those older receivers in the first 2 rounds. Outside of that, there's always more certain value upside. It feels to me right now at current ADP than both of their production upside. But hey, again, I don't want to tell you not to draft those players. I'm telling you how I got to that decision. And if you value those players differently, like you think CeeDee Lamb is more or less likely to produce this year, then you come to a different conclusion and maybe make a better team, but with the same process. If you see what I mean? Like, I think that's a value that anyone has to offer. It's not predicting the future, because honestly, we can't do it. We're terrible at it. We don't know what's going to happen. No one knows more than you. But they might be better at hammering their process of drafting or trades into a workable framework where they can make more good decisions more often. I'm not saying mine is, but I'm telling you where mine is at. If you like it, take it. If you don't. And that's what I try and learn of other people as well, is where their process is. How do they arrive to better decisions more often or more of the time, rather than what those decisions were? That doesn't bleed into very actionable content, I've learned. Like, I've really tried this offseason to create like top 3, top 5 lists that people can just, oh, you like these players? And I struggle with it because more and more I like everyone at the right place, at the right ADP, at the right cost. And that's less actionable, but hopefully it's somewhat interesting. I appreciate you sticking with it, Joe, if you did. But yeah, I think it's viable, or in fact necessary, to consider players of having different types of value in a startup versus just a league. Like, right now, you could not pry Devontae Adams out of my cold dead hands off my team. Like, you are probably never going to offer me enough value to buy that production off me because he's old. I get it. But in a startup, I think I'm the opposite way. I can almost never buy that production with that level of pick. Because I should be trying to win, but it feels like, to me, the way I process it is Devontae Adams still has risk of not producing that level of production this year. His touchdowns can always come down, Aaron Rodgers aside. And also, there will be young guys who supplant him. And also, his value should drop no matter what kind of season he has, because dynasty players freaking love young players. They just do. I don't have to like young players more to accept that other people are not going to pay the same price for my old guys next year. In the same way that you won't be able to buy him off my roster because you won't be willing to pay it. And so knowing that at the startup means that I see Adams in a different way in that startup than I do when I get him on my roster and I'm looking at the season proper. But yeah, that's kind of where mine's been at on the old startup drafts. Just these two polar opposites. You're looking at upside at either one and likelihood of hitting that upside, but you're also looking at it through are you looking at value or are you looking at production? And the minute you are looking at one side or the other, you just forget the other side of the coin. It's just not a thing. I'm trying to see if that league filled. Unfilled. No. We still just got 3 people in it. No fast draft by the look of it. And I'm not on the clock everywhere, so that's cool. I do want to apologize. One, I tend to rant. I know, I get it. I think, but please do ask questions if you got them. I will try and be more specific. And the other thing is, it's really hot down here. I'm not this sweaty of a nerd. I swear, it's really hot down here. Normally, I keep a fan on, but then you wouldn't be able to hear me through the microphone, so I turn it off. Actually, I'm exactly this sweaty of a nerd, to be fair, but I like to hide it. Don't worry about it. Need some music on in this place. Someone who goes the opposite way from me, by the way, is John Bosch. It's why I like listening to what John Bosch has to say, because he has a different process in mind. But it's because he focuses on that value side of the coin. In a startup, in trades, he's always thinking of what will this player be worth? This player be worth next year. I like to hedge onto the production side more often than he does. He does care about fantasy points, but it's almost secondary to him. Sorry, I'm in this draft and I'm trying to find it. Yeah, there it is. So this is kind of a redraft within a dynasty, to be honest. So, and I forgot it's Superflex, so I've gone heavy anti-quarterback, and they're punishing me for it pretty hard. I forgot. I'm gonna tell you. Anyway, if I can turn that rant into something less like a rant and more like very clear instructions for a dynasty startup, I might do a video on it. Otherwise, it feels like I can say it clearer, if you know what I mean. And I think the clearer I can say something, the more helpful it is. If I can't get something so simple it seems obvious, I'm not there yet. Like, unless the points I'm making seem... the reaction I get isn't, well, yeah, then I'm not there yet, because everything is honestly that simple. I think. That's another good aspect of it. I was actually talking about, Joe says, I think a lot of dynasty startups are playing your league makes too. Some startups I've been in are always on one side of the pole, and it's best to take advantage of the other. Yeah, that's a zig when they zag mentality. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why I don't think a list of these are the players I would draft. I mean, it sounds so actionable. Even I get swept up in that kind of content. Like, I've got to go get that guy immediately. And I do, and it fails. But so, the other aspect to that is Louis Sigger, Dynasty League Football, and Zach Reed of the Dynasty Dummies. Both of them are more, this is kind of what you're talking about. They're psychological players. I think value or I think production. John Bosch mostly thinks value. And Zach plays you. He's like a poker player. He plays his league mates more than he plays his team. And he's very effective at it. And that's the same with Luis Seguia. I don't know. He's Dynasty OG. I'll tell you that. And he talks about the notebooks. Siga_FF. He's written a lot for DLF, and he writes about keeping notebooks on your league mates. Sounds a little, but it's simple enough. You can even just use the transaction tab, and he looks at what kind of trades they make, what kind of trades they make most often, and uses that information to send them offers on players they have on their roster that he might be higher on than them, and so on and so forth. And Zach is just kind of like a mental warrior. He's a guy who doesn't start his lineup to the last minute just to freak you out. And probably more complicated things too. But yeah, I think that's underrated. It's not a part. I'm not good at it. Like, I'm not good at playing the guy opposite me. That's why I don't play poker. I play fantasy football, probably. And I find psychology scary. And the idea of you being in my head worries me. So I mostly just lock everyone out. But yeah, to a broader point, it's not just zigging when they zag. You do have to pay attention to are they panicking? Are they going on a QB run? Do they lean heavily youth, which means all the value is actually falling, or the production is actually falling? So you could build a team that's going to win this year and then try and build through the rookie draft instead. Yeah, I think there's a lot of psychology to be enjoyed. I just, it's just stuff that scares me. It's like quarterback. Like, I want to get better at it. I can know to tell you that you should definitely keep looking at that, Joe. But I'm also going to say I will try, but you probably should not listen to me on the psychological aspect of it. I'm not good. I'm not good at it. It feels creepy to me. It's not. It's just smart. But yeah, psychology just in general freaks me the hell out. Oh, sorry. I only have one day off this week, so I did all my hard work for the house today. I mowed the yard, I edged the yard, I did all my heavy tasks, and I'm an old man, and so now my back hurts. I'm not leaning into the microphone just because I love you so much. It's also just because it's easier on my back. That's how old I've gotten. I guess we could look at. See, I need a history. What I want to build, and I keep chickening out of it because it means a lot of data recovery that's kind of manual entry, yeah, and I hate that shit. I want to get a history of Vegas lines week to week, and then I can line it up with the actual results as well as team passing attempts and stuff. And I got something like that, but not quite that. Because if I'm going to do another weekly model, which I definitely think I am, then I'm going to I want a base of volume around Vegas lines. Not because they're better, but because it better reflects what we're expecting, and they do a lot more well-funded research into what that. Well, actually, Vegas lines are this weird mix of projecting a game, but also projecting a market, and I think it's interesting. Either way, you get challenged on it. If you're projecting 5 touchdowns and Vegas is projecting 3, things get sticky. All right. See, right now for the seasonal model, I use team history, regression to teams mean using coaching and coaching changes. I don't think I need that for weekly. It bounces around too much to be useful. Nope. Is it there? Oh, no, those were just upload forms I was using. Where's my old weekly model? Right there. My models last year were kind of kicking butt, but they were messy as hell. That's why I created the new one. And so I kind of want to do that for the weekly too. I gotta get better at file names, man. I don't know what half of this is. Oh, let's do a history of pass attempts and rushing. I can do that better now anyway, so we're just gonna throw that into old stuff. New projections weekly. I was already creating a new weekly model. Look at that. Well, I was looking at defensive efficiency. Interesting. 4 ranks. Player profile ranks. Oh, yeah. I was trying to create a model which basically projected points per game and then backfilled the projections. So if I was going to create a model that had an R² value and points per game, because they're easier to build, frankly. If you just want to project points per game, don't worry about projections model. Just model points per game. Anyway, I did get a nice, neat R² scored that way instead of looking at position and positional rank and all that crap. And so what I was doing is projecting points per game, or I was going to create a points per game model to do that. And then I was going to backfill their projections. So on average, if they get 23 points, say, how much of that was receiving yards, how much of that was touchdowns, and then I was going to backfill the projections based on the points per game. And I thought it was interesting. I never got to the end of that, though. Yeah, I was doing a model for yards per touchdowns. Touchdowns aren't played with much in projection models, and I thought it'd be interesting to look at a weekly model to adjust yards per touchdown because it's more consistent and it shows regression for each 3 positions. So pass, rush, and reception. Yeah. So their touchdowns were going to be modeled out separately. No. It's an interesting one. And then I was using defensive efficiency to do that. Yeah, it was neat. It was a neat little attempt, but I think I'm just going to start fresh, but still. Usable weeks data can stay in here. Strengths of schedule, PPR points 2021. Neat. We'll move this over into older. Player rankings weekly. What was that? We can try that if you want, yeah. Sorry, DJ Chump. Sorry, man, I suck at names. I really do. Says maybe we should try a $3 team, see if we can get it to film. Yeah, I'll try. I'm good to draft instead of model. How would I get that going in here? Let's see. $3 fast draft. Right. 3-person, 6-person. That's a $10 entry fee. That's not right. $3, 6-person, you said? All right, dude. I think it's just me and you here right now, but if you want to do a fast draft with me, I'll post it on Twitter as well. How's that? Actually, normally how mine feel. There you go. I'll put the link to the tweet just in case that direct link doesn't work too. I'm the only one in there right now. Let me know if it fills. Because I'll be doing this. Oh, this was the upload form. Okay. Yeah, I think this. Just a target share against, I thought that's an interesting number, so I'll keep that. Import sheet, that's for dragging data from other places, right? Yeah. I need to create one that's pulling in. Matt Spencer built me one to do it actually last year. One that pulls in Vegas projections. All right. See, I've got a history of all those projections last year somewhere, so I could pull Vegas projections from there, I guess. We can hide that for now, though. All right. So we're just gonna up and delete very valuable things. Yeah, because we're not gonna need the yearly stuff. And that's gonna break everything, right? Yep. Fun stuff. Going back to hardware mode is always fun. This is my current strengths of schedule thing. I don't know. I want to. Nah, let's not. All right. So what we're going to want in a weekly model is defense, efficiency. We're going to need Vegas, player history, presumably, and a team history. So the one thing depends on the other. So what we're going to use to project. So we're going to need a weekly player history. I'm going to look at their averages of the last 5 games. Same with the team. We're going to adjust expectations based on Vegas projections. Should Vegas come before or after defensive efficiency? That's an idea. We just want a simple 3-tier process, I think. All right. Oh, I'm up. Sorry, guys. I was. I'm in. I'm here. I'm draft. What does my team look like so far? Christian McCaffrey. I would have made that pick anyway. We're good. All right. How's it look so far? Christian McCaffrey, get Evan Cook. Evan, come on. I'm on the clock. Jesus Christ, Pete, get it together. Gonna take Devontae Adams just because I'm on the clock again. Really? All right. Gonna take Justin Jefferson because I want to. I really don't know how to play 6 teams, by the way. It's a different kind of animal where everyone's stacked. Let's see. Christian McCaffrey, Davin Cook, Alvin Kamara, Elliott, Derrick Henry, Travis Kelce, Aaron Jones, Saquon Barkley, which is just a value pick right there. Tyreek Hill, Nick Chubb. It seems too high. Jonathan Taylor, good pick. And then me, 2 terrible picks. And nonsense Steve is taking just running backs. Cook, Jonathan Taylor, following up with Antonio Gibson. In a 6-team league, honestly, yeah, maybe stacking running backs is the way to go. I don't know. Alvin Kamara, Nick Chubb, and then Devontae Adams, and Horn Solo seems to be timing out. He got Patrick Mahomes, so that seems like an edge pick. Nice. Hang on, my music sucks for a second. All right, where are we going? Kevin Ridley. Yeah, it's a pretty good pick there. So Stefan Diggs. Everything looks like a good pick in a 6 team. I don't know what to tell you. Eckler's cheap. Metcalf, nice. I'm honestly, not to give the game away, guys, but I'm really surprised you're letting tight ends fall. I mean, if you're looking for an edge and a small team advantage, Kelsey and Kittle still sitting on the board seem like a thing. Han Solo, if you're around, just saying. Nope, went Joe Mixon. All right. Darren Waller went. Oh, Travis Kelsey's already gone. Good point. Well made, no one. Oh, I'm on the clock. Oh, you took Kittle just before. You son of a bitch. I'm in. Yeah, I was really gonna take as many tight ends as I could right there, but how long I got? 14 seconds. Nice. Gonna take Najee Harris and Clyde Edwards-Helaire because I almost never get them. Most of the running backs I want to draft probably won't even be, worth drafting in a 6 team. You know what I mean? It's neat though. It's interesting when you condense the field, how everything changes so much. Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna go Waller Kittle back to back on that turn if anyone let them come to me. Like that's what that was what I was expecting to do. A little disappointed I didn't do it in the last one. I can't see. Like, can you see this? You can just about see this draft board, right? On my screen, it's so tiny, I can't tell. Amari Cooper looking like a value down here. Terry McLaurin 5th, which equates to what? Early 3rd round in this? That seems good. AJ Brown playing with his idol this year, so you know he's going to put up a performance. J.K. Dobbins, like, he's the one no one makes a case for what if because the quarterback would have to go. But I mean, easy talent, Dad. I mean, Robert Woods is just the wrong way to go on that depth chart, in my opinion. I'm taking Cup because I'm just taking top 12 upside, and I think Cup's got it. Gonna go ahead and let everyone fall. And take Tyler Lockett. I don't have to hear the complaints about his consistency in a best ball draft, right? That's the plan there. Kyler Murray went straight after me. I really thought there'd be another 2 quarterbacks that went first. I was kind of looking forward to that. Thank you, no nonsense, Steve. I'm so bad at reading screen names, man. Los Polo Shermans. I'm guessing that one says. Chris Godwin. That's I like that one. Highest points per game player selected in the last 2 rounds, by the way. Outside of quarterback. Los Polos, strong receiver game. Anyone against David Montgomery or Josh Jacobs, they're hitting wide receiver a little earlier than most. Deontay Johnson, nice. More of a floor pick, though, for me. Yeah, I know. Something I'm playing with in a 6-teamer is highlighting upside week to week. Good question. I was going to double tap QB here. And honestly, I don't know who I take after I take Lamar Jackson. No one else is sticking out to me, though, so I'm going to take Russell Wilson. At least I'll have a good start of the season. Again, I don't know how well this applies to 6 teams, but after we get past top 12 running back, top 5 running back upside, I just switch to top 12 wide receiver upside, and then I start looking for positional advantages. So tight ends and some way I can take advantage of the onesie positions, Just seems enough quarterbacks are still on the board. I could double tap it and get a slight edge week to week, flipping both Jackson and Wilson. Maybe not. Again, I have no dynasty process. I'm developing one. Best ball process. To be clear here, guys, this is just free money for you all. I have no strategy here in a 16. Yeah, that's basically how I feel in most best balls. I'm just experimenting. We'll see what the results say, and then I'll learn from it. I've played best ball, obviously plenty, but always, well, I'm doing it casually now, but I'm paying a little more attention to it, if you know what I mean. Claypool's an interesting pick that much further down than Deontay Johnson, you know what I mean? Especially in a best ball. And Ayuk, that could pay off big. That's a good one. They all look like good picks to me. Julio Jones, I'm really fascinated to see how that plays off, but I'm with Ryan McDowell. I'd rather take the bet on Antonio Brown later. In Dynasty. Best ball, yeah. Julio's kind of a different bet. Heard someone comparing it to Andre Johnson the other day, and I like the logic. But I just don't think it could be further off the mark. Guys. Yeah, if I'm looking for upside, don't leave the first year running backs on the board for me. Okay. I get it. It's 2021. No one cares about the rookie running backs, but one of them's probably going to be top 12, and I got all 3. Well, maybe it's a James Robinson type, yeah. I don't know. What's my team look like? 254. I think I'm pretty done with running back, although Darrell Henderson sitting right here is pretty interesting. Mike Davis. Oh, you just took him. Good job. Mike Davis as well. Sermon's got a lot of upside. I don't like the profile, but enough tape grinders I like him. And I'm normally looking at the James Connors, Melvin Gordons, and I just don't think I need a 6 team. Probably not. Gio and Lindsay. I probably go deeper than that in a 6 team now. Anyway, I might be done with running back for a while, is what I'm saying. If you're looking for an edge on this in this draft, off the one guy who's definitely not going to win it. Kareem Hunt, someone I normally target. Actually, I saw someone doing it on Twitter today. Everyone wants to talk about what if Chubb without Hunt, but what if Hunt without Chubb? It's so much cheaper and it's the exact same bet. You know what I mean? And I love Chubb this year to be top 12 for sure. Oh, I'm on the clock. I have not taken a lot of Dallas Goedert because I don't like the Philadelphia team. Who else we got? Oh, Golladay. Oh, there we go. Giants. Everyone's scared of them, right? Okay, I'm taking Logan Thomas. I've been taking a lot of Logan Thomas, and it's purely because I saw Phil Siegel do it in the Scott Fishbowl, and I like that. And Evan Ingram. I'm gonna reach on Evan Ingram. You don't hear that very much. Hopefully, do what I say, not what I do, kind of a thing. Like Kenny Galladay's legit got top 12 upside. By the way, I get we're all scared of the Giants. I mean, when should we not be? But I don't know. Everyone see the list I'm making here? Okay, these players I like. I'll just see if they're on the board by the time it comes back to me. I've not been drafting Rager a lot in best ball. I've made that call a few times in Dynasty. I will suffer the consequences there, I think. I really like just taking quarterback and tight end out the scenario. It's something you can do in these drafts. You just draft 2 and you're like, oh, good. Thank God I don't have to think about the position anymore. But in a 6-team, anyone got any thoughts on 6-team drafts? I really like, other than everything gets ramped up and put on fucking speed in terms of upside, you need all of it. I kind of think there might be an edge at going deeper at quarterback or tight end, like just off the top of my head. He had a big snap share. He finished in the top 5. Like he was a prolific scorer. I think Dynasty, I prefer taking the bet on Dimey Brown and paying up for Terry McLaurin, obviously. But just it's literally just that. I'm not going to tell you it's a good process, but Sean Siegel reached to take him in the Scott Fishbowl, and it caught my eye. I like copying from people who are a lot bit smarter and better than me, and he fits the bill. Okay, just going to take Debo. I've pumped him on Twitter so much I have to. I think. What round we in? Don't even know. I'm taking Juju just because I can't do a draft with you all and not take Juju, considering how much I've spoken about him. But I actually think Landry or Boyd were probably better picks. Marcus Brown has the upside. Will Fuller has the upside. I purely just did that for the hashtag brand. And I'm looking at 2-5. No, that's yours. There's my team. What's my build? 2-5-6-2 so far. Like Will Fuller, like all the upside in the world sitting there for you, dude. Or you got Brandon Cooks. You're definitely getting usable weeks there. I haven't looked at your team, so I don't know what you need, but or take a upside bet on one of the rookies. This is kind of the range. Might have to swing back to running back here in a bit. Seriously though, tight end and quarterback, is there an advantage in a 6-team league to just overdrafting the position a little bit? I know, right? Yeah, it's a 6-team league, so I guess that's really the 7th round, which is probably a little high. But yeah, we really don't know. It's like Ayuk and Samuel. Like, I get that it should be Ayuk, and I get that it should be Deontay and Claypool. But both Deebo Samuel and Juju Smith-Schuster themselves have never been bad. So don't we... It just seems like a situation we know less than we think we do. Although I admit the numbers are on their side, the tape evaluation's on their side, and but like 50% of the stuff we get wrong, despite how much we can have on our side. You know what I mean? Rob Gronkowski in best ball, right? That's a touchdown or two. Cole Kmet's breakout. Austin Hooper, if you don't have usable weeks. Zach Ertz, same thing. In a 6-team league, look at the quarterbacks that are left, though. Ryan Tannehill, Matthew Stafford, Trey Lance, like Matt Ryan, Tua Tagovailoa. Like, most of the quarterback upside we're probably going to leave on the bench. Oh, am I on the clock? Geez, sorry, guys. Oh, this is second to last pick? I'm going to overstack quarterback, sorry. I don't know if it's a viable strategy, but with 6 teams, I'm willing to try and get a couple weeks edge because I have 3 good quarterbacks, you know? Maybe I get a couple extra points for 1 week. I'll take it. It's just Stafford and Lance and Matt and Ryan and Tua Tagovailoa, like Kirk Cousins. I don't know. Just seems you got a really strong streaming core if you take 3. Anyway, at tight end, I feel less sure of it, so I did it quarterback instead. No Brian Edwards truthers in here? Come on, Silver Gun Walters. You're the only guy left that can take Brian Edwards. Donald Mooney still on the board? Ah, come on, man. You'll suck. James Robinson's still on the board. Look at that. I guess I can't take him because I took ETN, but 6 teams is weird, man. Trey Lance, Justin Fields. Yeah, I think wasting the very last 2 rounds to draft quarterbacks was the move in a 6-team draft. Yeah. Well played. Enjoy my money, I guess. Gesicki still getting love in a 6-team. Like it. Waddle, Rashad Bateman. I hate you. I'm going to take Donald Mooney, I guess. Or Jacoby Myers. Rondo Moore. I'm just listing names at you right now. Yeah, I guess I'll take Mooney for the Fields upside. There you go. All right, I went 3-5-8-2, which I'm pretty sure, if you were to check on that with TJ Hernandez, is the exact lineup that never wins. So don't you worry your pretty little heads about it. Lamar Jackson, Russell Wilson, Ryan Tannehill, Christian McCaffrey, Najee Harris, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Travis Etienne, Javonte Williams. Oh man, my running backs are going to struggle the first start at the start of the season. Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, Tyler Lockett, Deebo Samuel, Juju Smith-Schuster, Marcus Brown, and Darnell Mooney. Definitely went too deep at wide receiver. Logan Thomas and Evan Ingram. Well, there it is. I'm at 52% Juju Smith-Schuster. That has dropped. How about we just look at 12 teams? I'm at 52% and 57% Evan Ingram. It's just a Juju Smith-Schuster at tight ends at this point. You know what I mean? I actually really need to diversify my quarterbacks. Like 95% of my drafts, I have Matt Ryan or Tua Tagovailoa. I probably need to diversify there a little bit. You think? Like 95% of all my leagues are screwed if either of them get injured. That's probably too much. It's probably too much. Anyway, thanks, guys. That was fun. Enjoy my money. I'm gonna go back to building the stream thing now. I don't really know what to start. This is what keeps happening to me. I keep starting a weekly projection model, and I'm like, nah. I have to find the sources I'm going to use before I know the things that I want, because it's weekly. I don't have a source of weekly data yet. I mean, I do. I started to build this weekly mod database, if you want to see it, but it's taking a painstakingly long time to collect it all. Like, I don't think I'm going to be done by the time the off season's finished. NFL Weekly, it's called. No. That was a fun draft. Interesting builds in a 6-team. Yeah, I appreciate the challenge to do a 6-team. It was DJ Chunt who suggested it. Like, I don't sign up for them much. And it's a really weird landscape, you know? It's always fun to be challenged with something new. Appreciate you joining in, by the way, Aaron. It's hard to adjust to these formats. Yeah, it's like the smaller the league, the more you just have to drop all your sleepers and just shoot permanent outside. It's like you almost have to ignore the middle of your ranks and just go one side or the other, you know? Like pure definitely or pure maybe, I guess. Anyway, this is a weekly thing I've been building. Like I've got every week 1 to 17, all the way from 2009 to 2017 so far. But that's just the receiving. I also have to go back and do the rushing, the expected points of passing, opportunity, fantasy, career year. I've got, don't need to do that. Team history. Oh, I should do a team weekly. Yeah. I only have 2020 in there right now. It's going to take a long time. Because it takes me about an hour to download and add in an entire year at one of these tabs. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tabs plus the team, so 7. And I've got 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I've got like fucking 13 years to backfill. So, yeah, it's taken a while, right? I gotta learn the code, man. I just do. See, I can get all this data, like not to brag, but I have friends now, you know, and I can ask, and I'm pretty sure they could compile most for me in like an hour. but then I wouldn't be able to update it, and I wouldn't be able to do this, and I wouldn't be able to do that. And I don't want to bug friends I have every 10 seconds just to get an update, or because I want to do something slightly different. I need to be able to do it myself. So I'm trying, but with Excel, it's so slow. Well, I find it so slow. But, you know, keep grinding. I keep telling everyone else to keep grinding. I've got 3 years left to do in the receiving, and then I can move on to the rushing. It's taken me about 2 months to get that far with it. And then when I get it that far, I can add in the IDs, and I can really build out a weekly database. I've got to add in the schedule, I guess, as well. I only have one schedule. That's the other thing. It's so full, it keeps fragging out. Player profile IDs in there. I really need to update that. Yeah, I'm not gonna need player profile IDs anymore. I'm gonna need my name database instead. But the idea is here I'm just backfilling my regular NFL database, but I'm gonna convert all the lookup formulas to look specifically week by week. This is basically what I'm going to be using to update you all on week-to-week data for the 2021 season. It's what I use for the 2020 season, but that's why 2020 data is already in here. But if I collect enough of the past data, I can have it all at the same time. But that will require more IDs, to be fair. What is this? What's this? I just re-upped my RotoViz subscription, so I got another year to try and get it done, I guess. Which is where I steal most of it from. Well, steal's a strong word since I'm paying for it. Air yards after catch. Huh. Welcome. Just that 17 times for each individual year, basically. See, you got me thinking about it, and now I'm doing it. That's not 2016, it's 2018. Fuck! Well, if I'm gonna need it, might as well need it now than later. An inspiring king. All right, dudes. Dynasty questions, please. Love of God. Save me from the monotony of data entry. I'll even give quarterback opinions. That's how desperate I am. Maybe. I don't know about that. My way. You and I arranged a heart to heart. Go away. You see, I'm trying not to think about it too much because from here, like, I'm real close to finishing up the receiver section, and then I got to start all over again on the rushing tab because this only gives me receiving data. And there, I got to start all the way back from fucking 2009. And what you're seeing right now, since I started this is me just downloading one of those years, and we're halfway through one. Yeah, I'm going to be able to control it myself. I'm starting to have doubts about my theory on that. Take your leave and go. We're up to week 8 in 2018. Everyone get excited. Don't let anyone ever tell you the grind is glamorous, man. Oh, come on now. And another thing about Dynasty startups. Seriously, ask me a question. Any question. No. No. Good Lord. I have way too much Jeff Buckley on this playlist. It's not cheery. Yeah, you know what? Gamers don't know how good they have it. Like, they're out there complaining about how hard it is to stream and live their grind, but they get games as content. Like, just play the game. Everyone likes the game. Everyone's watching the game. You're having fun playing a game. Like, try steering this stuff, and then talk to me about the grind. You know. Hey, come watch me download 1 billion spreads sheets and then talk about it. Like, it's they just don't know what that is, you know. Just keep talking, entertain them. Yeah, whatever. Stop it. Stop it right away. I need 2018, week 13, and I need it now. I think I'm almost out of data requests. That's what it is. That was expected points, wasn't it? Yeah. There, what we could do. Can look for anyone streaming or to react to. Okay. All right, 3 people. DLF are currently live streaming. Never asked me to be a part of that, by the way. Here you go. Oh, look, Tyler and Addison is out there. If anyone's listening in the stream, by the way, could you let me know if you can hear them? I'm going to keep working on this, but there's no need you have to watch it. Oh, good. Look, Tyler's figured out the rookie running backs break out a lot. Look at him go. Oh, my God. I've only been saying it for 3 months. I swear to God. The complexity you have to go to make vacated targets arguments instead of just... Anyway. It's kind of ridiculous. I would not. I would take Bateman like every time out of 10. Not that anyone's asking me. I mean, why would DLF ask me to be on that list? Addison. I insulted him. He should acknowledge my existence in a minute. He is awesome at hedgings. I don't think he ended up saying anything there. I'm lower, but they're not that far apart, so, you know. Oh, sorry. Yo! Don't argue at all, man. That logic just flummoxes me, you know? Not to mute him for a second, but that logic, I just don't know what to do with that logic. Like, he has a better quarterback, so he has higher upside. So Calvin Johnson was a product of Matthew Stafford, not the other way around ever. So Devontae Adams basically does what every wide receiver does with Aaron Rodgers. So, like, you would take, like, who are you taking over AJ Brown because he only has Tannehill? Terry McLaurin isn't good because he's got Ryan Fitzpatrick and not Patrick Mahomes. Like, I get that it's an influence, but I don't get the idea that the ceiling and floor comes from quarterback, especially because statistically, that's. I don't think it comes from there. It comes from the role you earn, which says a lot more about the type of player you are. Like, if you're a volume player, yeah, maybe because you need quality volume. There's something to ADOT and quarterback ceiling. Where was I? Week 15. Got my Antonio Brown fact. They're not using Dynasty ADP for those ranks. Or DLF ADP. Quitters. Find any other one? Nah, no one else is up. Back to the music scene. I'm still grinding that weekly database. Well, that's 2018 finished. I'm up to week 2, 2019, if you are keeping track. Week 3. This is the last year before I have to start in on the other tabs. So, come on, man. Do not know why I'm streaming this work. Other than what else would I be doing? I'm doing this anyway, so. I'm up to week 5, 2019, of 1 of 7 tabs. Maybe that's why. I sense me out to finish up 1 tab of a project I've been working on for 2 months. And I just want to see a completion, like a tick in the box, you know? Oh! Week 6, baby. Week 7. We're flying now. Week of. I said it couldn't be done. We live to disappoint those people, though. Can't have a weekly database if you don't stream. Have a weekly database if you don't code. Yeah, well. We'll see about that. Won't we, 4 people in the chat? Week 8, by the way. We're on week 9, 2019. We're so close to finishing off this receiving tab. I just feel like I have to finish it. I said I was going to get in the Discord today, didn't I? An interesting question. Why do I have Salvin Ahmed outside of the top 75 running backs in Miami? Simple answer is I think Salvin would need an injury to get a significant role. I could be reading that backfield wrong and that they're planning to give him a significant role, but as it is, I think they are happy enough with Gaskin, even though Salvin was a better rusher. Damn it. Switch to expected points again. Week 11. Well, all I can say is this is actually a smaller grind, and it's going to take nowhere near as long or be as boring as building my initial database. So it could be worse. That first college market share database, man. It took a year, and it was tedious AF. And it would be to do it all over again, which is why I have that backed up a lot. On to week 13, 2009. Week 15. We're nearly there. I swear to God. Well, I swear to something. Yeah, I hit Slack accidentally. Give me a break. There we go. Oh, jeez. Okay, week 17. Here we go. And we're going to give up the manual entry for a little while to build this out a little bit because it'll be more fun. Oh, come on, no. What do I have on this playlist? Jesus. Okay, well, you have a complete week-to-week database from 2009 to 2020. In receiving, believe it or not, that's the thing. All right, so what are we going to do? Three. Team position, yeah, right. Yeah. Player position team week. All right. Well, that's annoying. I got them in a different order. Year, week, player, team, position. Year, week, player, team, position. That's about right, right? Yep. The good news is this should represent the size of the entire thing, even if I don't have all the other stats in here yet. Nothing like making Excel wig out. Excel might be crashing on us. God, I'm an old man. What we're trying to have it do is pull in every stat from every week from every year since 2009 across 7 different dimensions of football, even though we've only included one, and have it line it up neatly. This is if we could code, but we've actually done most of the manual work ourselves. After that, I'm going to import, or at least have a list in here of player IDs so we can hook it up to other databases. We're going to have to hardwire those in here, but also have the option of looking them up as well. So player IDs is going to be interesting. Pretty sure I'm the only fantasy football person up right now, so it's a good time to start tweeting stuff. Edwin Portis thinks that Amari Cooper might miss time, if I'm translating this well. Again, there's an outside chance CD Lamb actually produces this year. Dynasty bias, man. Come on, Excel. You can do it. Believe in you. Hey, new viewer, we're waiting for Excel to stop freaking out because I'm trying to import 11, 12 years of stats on a weekly basis into one sheet. Yo, I'm 2 hours late. Hey, Guy, how you doing? Haven't missed much. I mean, the start of the stream was full of conversation and things to say, and I had questions. I finished up. We watched the DLF live stream just because it turned out to be on. And we've been building out the weekly database, which for me is a lot of manual entry, hence why Excel's wigging out right now. But I kind of need to get it finished if I really want to build the weekly projection system the way I want to, I think. How you doing? Outside of that, we're looking for other videos to watch while I work. Anyone got a channel you want to watch? Preferably football. We're going to Dynasty League football podcast. I haven't watched yet. Could do that. I'm going to turn this ad off, that's for sure. Don't crash on me, Excel. Don't do it. That took all night. Let's go out on a high note. Come on. Yeah. All right, let's check out this podcast. Hey, Guy, let me know if you can hear this, because no one's even been around to let me know if they can hear the things I'm listening to. Which would be awkward. Doing great. I think Shush. Doing great. I've been thinking about falling for the Kyle Pitts trap at my upcoming rookie draft. Having potentially at 7 feels right, but I know it goes against what we've been talking about for a year. I've drafted Kyle Pitts. I'll take him in the first round. It's just a value proposition at a certain point. So yeah, you definitely can, and you can expect pretty good production year one. Think Evan Ingram. Just don't draft him over the favorite top 3 running backs, top 2-3 wide receivers, personally. But the minute you get down to 7, like you're saying, yeah, it's just, he's just got a better value upside at that point. Ryan's on this podcast. Look at that. Can you hear it now? We might have to. I hit the noise back on the background really low, though. All right. That sucks. They have not said much of note yet, so don't worry about it. I'm trying to get it to prompt to restart. There you go. I'm following the Olympics passively. Normally, I'm a lot more active watcher, but it's been a busy off season. But yeah, a little bit. You enjoying it yourself? Let me know what's going on. Who's winning? Each individual event, Guy, break it down for me. Come on. I think maybe we'll take it a little slower here. No. No. Ah, that's frustrating. I deleted everything since week 12, 2019. Give me a second here, guy. Give me a second here and you can tell me about the Olympics, man. There we go. Oh, they're going to talk about the Ravens. They're asking the question, is there a viable receiving option behind Mark Andrews? There's probably several. But I know what he's asking. Matt Price is on Marcus Brown. I am for it. Japan, China, and the US are exchanging podium medals. Yeah, it sounds like every Olympics. Fair enough. No, I would if I knew what that was. And this database specifically isn't available anywhere. I'm building it. But my other ones, if I could, yeah, sure. You gotta remember, I got no skills. I'm just a guy with time and passion. That's it. The problem with the Ravens is they're a more spread to run than run to spread. then spread to pass. According to my understanding of schemes, they're going to be efficient in the passing game, but not voluminous. Just keep hoping that they alter that slightly. I'm going to see if I can pull in player IDs. This one's available. They don't all point to Lamar being inaccurate. They point to him being accurate in some instances. Player year, team position. Player year, team position. Player year, team position. Manuel Sanders is a good. It's a good deep pull there, Ryan. I'm missing some player ideas. Yeah, I'm working on it, Connor. Jesus. Kevin Williams. Who the fuck is Kevin Williams? Wide receiver, San Francisco in 2010. Nope. No idea. Okay. Who's that guy I found the other day? There's two IDs that are getting messed up. Pittman. No, he's good now. Woo. I'm trying to hook up IDs to it right now, dude. Sorry. Give me half a second. I can see the comments. I just it's more so manual. I can't wait to get it to a point I can start playing with it, if you know what I mean. Closing my NFL database to get back to the weekly. Anyone else think Ryan's voice just drastically doesn't fit the way he looks, you know? I was listening to him for years, and now I know what he looks like. It's still a discrepancy, man. Okay, there we go. IOBJ, damn right. Team, yeah. Reverses. Player. Team. Yeah. Damn it. There we go. Find separating value and production there. That's a good note. All right. Yeah, I'll look up SQL servers, I promise. I'll think about it. Did I produce a podcast this week? Yep. Oh, come on, Excel, you can do it, you know? My back hurts so bad. Oh, we have movement. There we go. All right, now we can populate the stats one by one, hopefully. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Yeah, I'm interested in learning everything, man. So yeah, I'll definitely check them out. I think someone's mentioned it to me before, and I looked it up, and it was like, not right now. Um, for example, what I'm doing right now is I tend to keep only one line active because of the amount of time it takes to run queries, and I mess that up. So now I have to repopulate all these formulas, reset which one I'm going to keep active, normalize the others, and then move on to the other sections. And just a reminder, we only have the receiving section full. So I still have to fill up rushing, expected points, passing, opportunity, fantasy, and team history. But that's why I'm pausing right now. It's because it's trying to do that. My poor desktop's vibrating right now, trying to catch up with all this. Sheesh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to play merry hell with the active lines in this one. I'm gonna have to run too many lines live to be doing this while I stream. Here's the deal. I'm gonna have to keep all these live. Turn them yellow. I think for now I'm gonna have to keep all these because these update based on new stats, and they don't have all the stats right now. Now these we can normalize for now. Vacated targets. He said it. Knew it. Sorry. Again, I mentioned it at the start, but I had to do a lot of my heavy work today because it's my only day off, and I wrecked my back. Gonna delete all the stats but the receiving stats because that's the one I have live. And this is just where it's populating. I still keep all the stats. Ooh, it's hot. Ah, 70%, 80%. There we go. Let's just delete everything that's not receiving right now. How you doing? Every time I click on anything, it takes 10 minutes. Weekly data. Suck it, you know? There we go. It's calculating 12 threads at 35%. 38, 45. All right. Stop clicking things. That's probably the answer. We're going to download the team history before we finish tonight as well, because we can do that quick. Team level. Going to head out now, boss. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks, Guy, man. Like I said, I'm going to finish updating the receiving, download the team stats, and then call it a night myself. Don't worry about it. Appreciate you joining in. Gotta love the grind, Connor. Appreciate it. Ugh. I'm hanging in here by a thread, man. That play probably just sucks, Ryan. Ugh. Hey. We're trying to break Excel one query at a time. Welcome in. How you doing? Welcome to the grind. Like 50% talking and 30% talking and 70% staring at an Excel spreadsheet that's trying to load. That's the life. Restart. Nice. Yes, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Oh, come on, man. I just deleted something. They should make it easier for you, not harder. I'm talking about John Brown. That's the point we're at. No one can crash Excel quite like I can. I'm convinced of this. There we go. Takes me 5 minutes to save it. Just throwing that out there. I don't think the Raiders have a second option worth anything in fantasy. I think that's the trick. I'm out of coffee. We're in trouble. 42%. The only problem with listening to a podcast while you do this is I want to constantly look things up, and I can't because Excel is tied up. There we go. I can just populate the receiving stats. Then I can download the team stats. Call it a day. That's the plan. I'm gonna save it. Gonna do the team stats, damn it. How does this populate? Oh God, we got to cross all three. Fuck. These auto-populate. We're going to need to work on this. Okay. We can do this. This is interesting. Don't need that. Okay, so we need lookups. We need a converter. I think I have that already. All right, we'll build it. Trying to format PREF schedule into this stuff. Damn it. There we go. I had to create helper columns to look up team abbreviations that Rotoviz will recognize so I can import PREF data so I can do a team history on a weekly basis. And I have to get schedules all the way back to 2009. So let's go. Oh, the weeks where we thought Aaron Rodgers was going to be hosting Jeopardy. What a memory. Sorry, I know I'm here by myself, but if you have questions, I do look over occasionally. Kind of in the middle of it right now, so I keep forgetting to speak. Downloading past schedule and game results, matching them up through an ID column so I can hook it up to RotoViz data. Because I think it will create an interesting data set. $2,050. Let's go. Speeding it up slightly. Sell Las Vegas. Sell Rams running backs at whatever price. At their upside price, anyway. Sell Henderson for a first. Or anything like it. Yeah. Cleaning up the data. Lines I don't need because I just repeated column headings. There's a lot of repeated column headings. What can I tell you? When you speed up the process, you end up with a lot more noise. Look at all of these. Good Lord. Probably going to be easy to sell Henderson in season. Because he's going to be putting up some numbers and we're going to need them. Yeah, but you're not getting it. Yeah, so no matter what. All right. The problem we have now is that I didn't link up the so I have to go back and do that. Now we have to identify bye weeks. Nice. And we're back filling the schedules. Of course, the stats aren't filling because we only have receiving downloaded, but screw it, you know what I mean? People need to give up on Irv Smith. They needed never to start. Now they need to give up. Second year. Sorry. I made the mistake of trying to reorganize it. There's a weird backwards logic to doing team defensive stats. In that, do you want to look up the opponents or do you want to look up the defense's stats against, if you know what I mean? There we go. What does TOE stand for? Hang on. Weekday, date, time, win a tie, blank, lose a tie, blank, points. Winner. By winner. I organized again. Apologies. EPNM. Apparently, I can also track turnovers. There we go. All right, so we got a team history all set up. We just need to add all the other stats. And we'll be lining it up with points for, points against, wins, losses. Pretty neat. All right. Okay. So we are back to copying and pasting, rushing, expected points, passing numbers, opportunity numbers, and fantasy numbers. And then we'll have to repopulate everything. I got like 2 weeks. Be fine. Be fine. Okay. All right. That's an example of a grind, I guess. Started the stream. Really appreciate everyone came in, offered conversation and comments. 2 people still watching. Assuming one of them's one of my kids, to be honest with you. Hey, kid, go to bed. Anyway, appreciate it. I'll talk to you again next Monday or Tuesday. I got to go figure out if I actually published a podcast this week. Because I need to know what part of my schedule I'm behind in. All right. I think that's about it. Yeah. Appreciate Tyler and Addison letting me troll them a little bit while they were live too. And DLF for putting a lot more podcasts on YouTube because that's a better thing to watch while I'm grinding, I imagine. So hope you enjoyed it. Yeah. See you next week. Let me know if you have any questions on Twitter at Pahowdy or anything else you'd rather see me explain more than demonstrate, to be honest with you. Because live streaming data grinding is this. I imagine it doesn't tweak the interest of many. But anyway, appreciate it. See you later. Bye.